going on? How could Pepeone suddenly forgot about Namika? As if she never knew her. Could be the same thing that happened to the others as well? I wonder. Only one way to find out. Let's make inquiries about Namika in the area. We can reconvene afterwards at the Aetherite. An old woman named Namika? I'm afraid I don't know that person. I'm sorry I couldn't be of help. I do recall caring for someone until recently. You say it was a woman named Namika? Well, I can't say for certain if it was her. I wouldn't worry. I'm sure she's just been taken up to the cloud. What's that? Do I know a Namika? Never met anyone by that name. And I've worked on the outskirts for a good while now. If she spent time here, I would remember. It was the same for everyone. Not a single person remembers Namika. It is as if the memory of her has been purged from their mind. While such a thing might be done with magic, to alter the memories of so many at once would be a tremendous undertaking. We would have felt a surge of ether corresponding with Act 2, and I sensed none in that moment. Neither did I, but I did notice something else. Right before Pepuana seemingly forgot, a light in the device on his head began to blink. Could there be a connection? Someone else said something about a soul cell. But who might we ask about this? If we continue making such inquiries, I expect we would only cause confusion. Indeed. If we can't readily solve the mystery about Namika, perhaps we could search for Kakusha instead. Sven said to try the Thunder Yards. It should be in this direction. It's a little robot. Impossible. Another kind of mechanical soldier? It looks dangerous. We better destroy it. What? Did we get chased? Ooh, ice cream in my mouth. Did we give chase? I think it understood our word. It might be worth asking it some questions. Aaronville, are you alright? You look like you've seen a ghost. It's nothing. I'm fine. Well, it went off in the direction we were headed anyway, so let's try to track it down. You found it? To the northeast. Then it must be bound for the mines. Come on then. It could well be a trap. Let's not rush in too quickly. I heard faint voices coming from inside. So we're not alone. But we're still going in, of course. It may be a trap. Be ready for a fight, everyone. I can hear them. Several people up ahead. Can't make out the conversations with the echo in. Let's keep going. Stay on your guard. That seems like an appropriate response.
Who? I just have to get a look at you in the light. And I can still hardly believe my eyes. But it is you, my darling Eldersphere.
My darling what now?
It does a little bit, yes.
Oh, it's so good to see you, my fussy little bun bun. But what are you doing here? What brings you all this way?
Fuzzy little bun bun?
Why the long face? Aren't you happy to see me after all this time?
I'd know that laugh anywhere. Mother?
Wait. Since when was your mother a weird floating thing?
And what have we here? Say, aren't you good old Jaja's kitten? I knew I recognized that adorable fuzzy face. Eldersphere was always so excited whenever you invited him over to play. You remember me, I hope?
I can't say that I do, but you know my father?
Appearances notwithstanding, it would seem this is my mother, Kafkiwa.
I'm sorry?
Oh, this won't do. Come in. Friends of my Eldersphere are always welcome.
All I ask is a little forewarning, but no.
Just when I thought I was starting to get a handle on this place, how are things still getting stranger?
Far as I can tell, this is indeed my mother. I can think of few people in the world quite so spirited. But, as to what happened, we'll need to ask her. Gone and forgotten, Arendville is conflicted by this long-fated reunion. Let's hear what she has to say. It's so wonderful to meet you all. And a student of Potesian. It's been a while since I heard that name. Dare I ask the reason for your appearance? Oh, this? It's just a body that I control remotely. I use this for our operations. We're members of a resistance organization, Oblivion, we call ourselves, and our goal is to thwart Zeralja's ambition for conquest. As the leader, it's prudent that I remain where I can't be easily found. I see. Whimsical appearances notwithstanding, yours is a serious cause. Right you are. Though truth be told, Oblivion was founded for an altogether different purpose. And that is... As I expect you've already noticed, everything you see within this dome, the buildings, the people, the very earth beneath our feet, is a fusion of two worlds. Stopping such a fusion was Oblivion's original mission. Then does that mean you know who or what is responsible for it? I'm afraid not. This was a long time ago, and our mission statement has become more of a legend that's passed down to members. By the time we joined, our sole objective was stopping Zoralgia. It was very cute, yes, Resh. I definitively agree. It was very cute. But we failed to do that, and now he's taken his army outside the dome. None of you wear these strange devices on your head. Does that have something to do with your work? You mean this? It's a regulator, the pinnacle of electro technology, and that we don't wear it is indeed related to our operations. What exactly does it do? Allow me to explain. Regulators have two primary functions. The first, as the name suggests, is to regulate the wearer's reserve of souls. Should they die, the regulator expends a soul to bring them back to life. Reserve? You mean people walk around carrying spare souls? They do. Souls are packaged in cells, and they can be used to replenish the life force that is lost due to sudden death, such as an accident. They do nothing to those who die of old age, though. Distribution of soul cells is based on works evaluation to encourage exemplary performance when fulfilling their duties. Souls as a common resource, a payment for services rendered. Voids and practice of consuming others for the etheric aether comes to mind, and similar, I expect that the act comes with some risk. Wouldn't the consciousness of others corrupt your own? That is prevented through memory management, a process in which regulators also play a role. Memory management? Then the reason everyone had forgotten Amika's existence. The regulators are constantly recording the memories of the wearer, so if they should suddenly die, their memory can be refreshed as part of the restoration process. That's how they preserve one's identity and sense of self. However, the regulators are also triggered when someone else dies. Reason being is that regulators forcibly extract memories relating to the deceased from anyone wearing one. Why would they do such a thing? It is a kindness bestowed upon the people by ever keep score system, so that no one has to suffer the pain of loss. But this is what it meant by their memories being in the cloud. Indeed, all memories of the deceased are wiped from the minds of the people and archived in the system. It's a frightening function of the regulators, and an integral step in soul cell production. You see, when a person dies of natural causes, their soul is temporarily housed within the regulator. It's then delivered to a facility where memories are separated from the soul. The result is a fresh soul, free of impurities, ready for distribution and consumption. Meanwhile, the memories are stored in the core system to be remembered forever. And this is why people are happy here. On its surface, it's similar to the Yok-Q philosophy, but I see nothing noble or comfortable in it, or comforting in it. Well, it doesn't seem so terribly to me personal. All comes down to that you're used to it, I suppose. Like the barrier encasing Alexandria, this system was created to overcome the calamity that transformed the world hundreds of years ago. Amidst the mounting death toll, scientists used Electrope to devise a means to save what lives they could so that the nation could endure. I understand that people of Alexandria did what they believed was the best to save their people. I find it hard to believe the Turali would also accept this way of living. It came as a shock to us all as well. In fact, a great many were opposed to it. Which is why the use of regulators was never compulsory. The people have always been free to go without them if they so wish. Sphene didn't strike me as the sort of ruler to impose her will on others. Ah, so you've already met. She's the one who suggested we come to the Thunderyard in the first place. She also said she wants to help us stop Zoralia. Nope, this doesn't look like a terrifying possibility for a future. Not at all. No shape, way, or form. Nothing worrying here or concerning. Awfully kind of her to point you in my direction, and to speak so candidly as well. Whatever her motives, she has given the people a choice: live with the risk of true death, or the security of the regulators. Everything that lives must someday die. That is the natural order of things. Quite right. But whatever you feel about them, it would be easier to understand what the regulators are capable of if you saw it for yourself. I know just the person to show you, and luck would have it, they should be starting work right about now. Who are we going to see exactly? Come with me and you'll find out. Everyone good? Everyone here? Good. It is the responsibility of the Thunderyard Hunter to fell any fiend found wandering the area. We are to meet an acquaintance of mine, Strika, one of these hunters. Kakusha, what are you doing here? And with so many friends? Apologies for the interruption, but I was hoping they might observe you at work. Hunting, you mean? That's fine, I guess. Hold on. I assume they were wearing special regulators like Queen Spheen's crown, but they aren't wearing anything at all. It must be too dangerous to be here without one. What if they were struck by lightning or attacked by beasts? I can assure you they're quite capable of looking after themselves. If anything should go amiss, I take full responsibility. Well, don't say I didn't warn you. Dangerous sight, there isn't really much to see. Kahusha said you're a hunter. But wouldn't it be easier for those mechanical soldiers to guard this place? It would, if not for the fact that they're weak to lightning. The Thunderyard being what it is, they've been ordered to steer clear. Some good they are, but these facilities are vital to the upkeeping of Alexandria's infrastructure, so it falls to hunters like me to deal with any fiends. Given the danger, you're well compensated for your work. It's perfect profession for anyone looking to build up savings. The special selection of souls for hunters isn't terrible either. I brought this lot here to see this danger you speak of, if it's not too much trouble to ask. Ah, of course, in which case, it'd be a shame to waste my efforts on just any old beast. You all can handle yourself in a fight, right? If you cause a ruckus slaying the critters you see nearby, there's a chance to draw out something worthy of a demonstration. From Wild West to dystopian future, yep. It sounds like Final Fantasy, alright. I'm not sure I understand, but I suppose we should each slay what we can. Gotta say, I feel like the upgrade of Bloodspiller is fairly violent, considering it causes screen shaking. $97. The dungeon, at least the dungeon leading up, the first quest to enter this area is 97. Because that's also when you get the dungeon to go here. This one will do nicely. We'll help you. It's fine, really. I've faced worse. Just watch. You're welcome. I don't like the look of this. Let us help. Oh no. Look out! Ah! 12 preserve. She needs healing. That was embarrassing. The bastard caught me off guard. Are you mad? Seriously, let us help. I told you not to worry. This will only take a moment. This is the fucking Manderville level shit. Just like Zeraldia. Come on, let's get out of here. It's also a function of the regulators. I think I understand how Zeraldia was able to return from the dead and defeat Papa, but I'm not sure what we saw at the end there. As soon as the regulator turned red, it was as if you were possessed. Your movement became beast-like. Don't tell me, you empower yourself with the soul of a beast? I'm reminded of the Serpentine war soldier we encountered in Vanguard who did the same. So you've crossed paths with one of the king's elite. Such a form can only be achieved by gorging yourself on souls. We could do the same, in theory, but it's incredibly dangerous. Besides, it's not as if they would allow hunters to carry that many souls to begin with. Well, I should get back to work. Take care. And there you have it. Regulators can be loaded with two kinds of souls, those of people and those of beasts. And the souls of people can be used to grant the user... the soul of people can be used to grant the user preternatural strength. Naturally, they can also be used to ensure no one suffers an untimely death. There is into Dark Souls. And what about the soul of beasts? They work much in the same faction, imbuing with the strength of the chosen animal. If, for example, you use the soul of a wolf, you would grow more agile and feral, as you saw with Strika. Using several at once, using several of the same type at once, however, could result in physical changes. Your teeth might become fangs, your nails claws. Too many, and you'll become more beast than man. Changing one's forms for the soul of other beings, it becomes more and more reminiscent of Voidsent. Yet, unlike the Void, where the cycle of death and rebirth is simply broken, souls here are forcibly taken before they might reach the ethereal sea. Different means to achieve similar ends. A cycle to which all within the dome are bound. This is wrong. This is all wrong. This is indeed hard to accept, being so far removed from our own beliefs. Perhaps more shocking is that the technology to achieve this was developed hundreds of years ago. Civilization and reflections are surprising indeed. That would be one hell of an unexpected turn, I guess. I mean, we would basically... I mean, even if we were to consume them, we would basically be partial like a druid? That would be something. I feel like that would be unlikely, but it would be something if that is how it worked. Like you collected the soul of them and then were able to like gain their abilities or something. I don't know. We won't know until we get it. But we all have our thoughts on souls. For now, the important thing is we know the power Zoralja has at his disposal. And if one thing is to... just activate different beasts, gives temporary states and abilities. Yeah. You would have like more defensive, so like adamantoises and maybe like toads and stuff like that for your like more defensive forms. And then I don't know, what type of animals for like more restorative, and then like for damaging for like corals and wolves. I don't know. It is one thing to separate corporal aether from incorporeal aether, but to strip memories from the soul entirely is an unprecedented technology. This is no longer only Tuliali's concern. With this newfound power, Zoralja has become a real threat to the entire world. Indeed, he has to be stopped, no matter the cost. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure they'll do something interesting. I suspect it won't be like basically like, oh, it's just blue mage, but you cast animal abilities instead. That seems unlikely that they would basically just do blue mage 2.0. Indeed, he has to be stopped no matter the cost. Gone and forgotten. The worth of a soul. You get some tender shortcake. Kakusha regards you with a concerned curiosity. I trust you gain an insight into the use of souls in Alexandria. It's shocking, I know. I was overwhelmed myself at first. I expect you'll need some time to digest it all, but for now, let's head back to Earth and Sky. At this rate, there's something I want to discuss with everyone. Let's take a moment before we head into the tunnel. I wonder what the final zone is that we get. Because for some reason I thought that Heritage Found and Solution 9 would be different, but Solution 9 is just the name of the city. I'm sorry for delaying us, but I had some thought I need to share. In both technology and values, it's plain that the wide gulf between Tuliali and Alexandria. And while Zoralja knows everything about us, we know hardly anything about what he has become. Yeah, I mean, he has a 30-year head start. Indeed, we haven't seen what lies within the enormous tower Everkeep. Yeah, I realized that when earlier she said that she would give us access to Solution 9, that it would be like the thing. So I'm just like now wondering like if they had hinted at what the final like area would be. But I don't know. So here I'd like to make our proposal. That is, we work with Kakusha and her people. We need to learn as much as we can about the enemy. The quickest way would be able to join hands with Oblivion. We've only just met them, I know, but we shouldn't be too quick to trust. But the fact remains that they share our desire to stop Zoralja. Sphene 2 claims to be at odds with the King of Resolve. May I ask you why we would cooperate with Oblivion instead? It's simple, really. Your leader is Erenville's mother. Meanwhile, whatever Sphere may feel, she's a ruler of this nation. There's a greater risk in working with her, and less reason to take her at her word. A fair point. But knowing Zoralja, we must assume that this arrangement with Sphene was not made without some consideration. All I know is that it would be heartening to have allies in this strange realm. I think everyone would agree that any help that we can get would be welcome. Hold on. There's no guarantee that it's actually my mother behind the machine. Without seeing her in the flesh, we can't rule out the possibility of a ploy. If it turns out to be a trap, we endanger not only ourselves but everyone in Tuliolal. As you say, we have no proof that it is Kakusha. But I make my proposal in full awareness of this. Whether we are going to war or striving for peace, we need to learn as much as we can, otherwise we can't hope to do anything meaningful. As it stands, we know too little about this realm. We need to remedy that. We need to study the enemy, and when the times come, strike down Suralja for good and all. What is more, I trust you, Arenville. You've always had great instincts, honed for your time training under your mother. What if I'm wrong? What if sentiment is clouding my judgment? If it's trapped, we'll deal with it when it is sprung. That's always the way of it with you. Fine, if you're set on this, then I'll say no more. Then it settles. Let's head inside to secure ourselves some new allies. Kakusha, there's something I need to tell you and your people. We came here for no other reason than to strike down Suralja. But I thought he was your brother. You really mean to kill your own kin? My kin invaded our nation and murdered our people. It's vow of resolve it falls to me to bring him to account. I am prepared to do what I must, and I won't hesitate when the time comes. Like us, you and yours oppose Suralja. In light of this, I suppose that we work together to stop him once and for all. I realize that this is sudden, that it's a gamble to trust someone you've only just met. But I would trust in the conviction of anyone who shares my goal, so fight with me, I beg you. As you say, our goals align, and I don't doubt your resolve in the last. If you hadn't proposed working together, I might have done so instead. Truth be told, it's been tough going at it alone. While we gather ample intelligence, we don't have the strength to take decisive actions. Besides, how could we not trust you? My only son is with you, my fuzzy little bun. He's all the reason I need. Then it's decided. Here's to a fruitful collaboration. Thank you, Kakusha. Everyone. Together we'll achieve great things, I'm sure of it. Let's not waste any time. We've been wondering about Suralja's whereabouts. Is there a palace inside that tower? After a fashion. The king resides in the uppermost level, but while Queen Sphene has a penchant for going out in public, he seldom shows himself. What's more, his movements are highly classified, but even his commanders are privy to that information. If anyone knows where he is at any given time, it could only be the Queen. Even if we don't know his whereabouts, Geraldia will eventually march onto Liolala again, and then we can go after him. The drawback is we had to wait for the invasion to happen. In a sense, we'd be put in harm's way. There's also the possibility that he'll leave everything to his minions and not command the army in person. No, he'll take the field. What makes you so certain? My brother has always yearned to surpass our father. That's why he's attacking Taliolal. After waiting for 30 years, the first thing he wanted to do was demonstrate his newfound strength. But killing Papa didn't satisfy him, so now he's bent on proving himself stronger than me and Koana, who bested him in the right of succession. Oh, Jesus Christ, I did not realize that. He challenged me to strike him down. He wants a duel to show everyone that he's superior to the Dawn Servant, and he won't let his minion deprive him of the pleasure. Then why hasn't he appeared and given you your chance? Surely he's aware of your presence here. With that, I can only guess. Perhaps he wants to dazzle us with his wondrous realm. But if he won't deign to appear, then we'll force him to do so. Even if we gather intelligence, we make no move to attack him. Show absolutely no interest in confrontation. Knowing him, he'll tire of waiting and turn his attention to Koana instead. He'll attack Tuliolal again, like he said he would. I see. If you believe this the best approach, then we have no objections. Any campaigns against Tuliolal requires that Geraldia leads his forces through Vanguard. We'll have Luca keep an eye on it day and night. Such a strategy is certainly viable. If we're proceeding with it, though, we should warn those outside. Indeed, they need time to prepare their defenses. I should be glad to continue our effort. I'm already in regular contact with Yshtola, and will make sure to keep our comrades apprised of developments. You can leave Vanguard to us. We'll send word at the first sign of movement. Seems we have a plan. While we wait for Geraldia to move, you'll do well to prepare for battle, and it begins with familiarizing yourself with the technology that empowers him. To that end, I'll show you to the Oblivion's main headquarters. Oh? I thought this place was it. You'll be impressed to know that they're located right inside that tower, in the residence district of Solution 9. Hiding a tree in the forest, as it were. The only question is how to get you through the checkpoint. Ah, about that. Sveen said she would make it so we could enter without issue. She did? Seriously? She's not supposed to have such authority over the sentries. If I recall correctly, her words were that she would register us as guests. I see. Perhaps we're in the clear then. When you're ready, come and meet me at the tower entrance. Before you head out, give us a moment to introduce yourself properly, eh? After all, names are good when working together. While Oblivion has operative all over, we're the main crew here. I'm Geode, the leader of this hideout. And the dependable young twins behind me are Nostalgia and Wayekwe. I'm Nostalgia. It's a pleasure to meet you. My sister and I were born and raised inside the barrier. I've been with Oblivion for 3 years, and our main duties are surveillance and provisioning. Twins, eh? That explains the resemblance. Wayekwe is a Tonawautan name, unless I'm mistaken. That's right. Our mother is Tuliolan and our father is Alexandrian. He wanted to honor both cultures. They're beautiful names. Thank you. Though I have no memory of my mother, I like to think I carry a part of her with me. So what made you decide to join Oblivion? We wanted to avenge our father. Ambrose was his name, and years ago he was taken away after a scuffle with a soldier over a disagreement. It was a minor incident. At first we clung to hope that he would be released, but then months went by and no word from him or about him. We made the decision to remove our regulators. We had already lost the memory of our mother. We didn't want to lose those of our father as well. They've all forgotten about him now. Everyone who had known him. That bastard. Even here, he thinks nothing of his own people. Sometime later, we were approached by a member of Oblivion. Hoping to get justice for her father, we joined the order. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to darken the mood. No, I appreciate you sharing this. Together, we'll avenge your father. Thank you. Something tells me you have what it takes. You introduce yourself too. Go on. Well, pretty much the same story for me. And while mine is a Tonawautan name, I haven't the faintest how things are outside the barrier. It's my dream to go and see it with my own eyes, our mother's homeland. Once peace is restored, you must come and visit. The wilds are beautiful, the food's delicious, and everyone is nice. You'll love it. And that's what's here. You'll meet others in the back room. That's our headquarters. Some of them are a bit eccentric, and they have good hearts. All. And there's Sophia. One last thing. This isn't exactly my place to say this, but thank you for seeking out Kakusha. She talks about you so much. It's clear how important you are to her. That's all. Be good to your mother while you still can, eh? Well, we'll let you know. Well, we'll let you go now. Feel free to use this hideout as you like. Meanwhile, in Everkeep.
You've been consulting with Wook Lamont. No matter. I do not know what you are scheming, but when your realm lay on the brink, you were powerless. You had no choice but to turn to me. Whatever sentiment you may feel for her, it is my power you require. Is it not?
Perhaps. And yet, knowing the love that Wook Lamont bears for her people, how she regards them all as kin, I cannot help but wish to spare her the same pain I have suffered. What's more, her friends possess new knowledge. Were we to work together, we might find another path. already done may be unforgivable, but it needn't continue. You needn't kill your brother and sister.
I slew my only flesh and blood. Yet you attempt to sway me with an appeal to family. The memory of my father's final moments still fills me with disappointment. Age came for him before I did. For long years, I sought to prove the miracle. And weak as he was, defeating him achieved nothing. To kill them is my only recourse. Wuklamat and Kona, who bested him as he was in his prime.
They are still your siblings, even if not by blood. That such bonds should mean so little to you.
I am bound to no one. Serve none save myself. I made that clear when first you spoke to me in the Golden City. Remember, I can easily kill your beloved family. If you would protect them, cast aside any foolish notions. Your wisdom and abilities are valuable insofar as our goals align. So think well before you act, Queen of Reason. Uklamat, if you are father's worthy successor, then you will find your way to me. But should you fall short, I will lay waste to Tuli Yolal.
What now?
And 9. Wuklamat is eager to head to Everkeep. Wait, Kakusha is waiting. Let's head to the tower. That means the first two Aetherites, or Aether Currents, which makes sense because we're going to travel to the other half sooner, sooner or later, and that should contain all of the other ones. Stress testing. Dorian's uncertainty is palpable. Pardon me, adventurer, but might I trouble you to lend me your aid? I found myself in a rather troublesome predicament. Earlier today, we were sent a soldier and asked to test out its improved combat functionality. I asked a hunter to take it out on patrol, but not long afterward, I lost contact with them completely. I know the signal is weak out there, but I can't help but worry something might have gone terribly wrong. From the looks of you, you can handle your fair share of danger. Yes? Could you go out into the fun yard and see if you can find them for me? Nakente is fretting over her young charge, as she is wont to do. Oh, Shallow, what am I going to do with you? Keep telling you to take a hunter with you when you leave town. Well, if it isn't Her Majesty's guest. Did you enjoy your tour of Iepia's Halo? I was told you even helped set the water distribution system to right. You know, I could really use someone with your talent right about now. The woman in charge of the very farm you left, the woman in charge of that very farm just left for the wilderness without a bodyguard. Seems to me she is investigating something, but that's no reason to put herself in danger. Last I heard, she had been walking up the hill to the east of the farm. Could you go and make sure she's alright? Oh, that's a relief. You're looking for a young Shatona by the name of Galoqui. Now off you go, and thank you, dear. You saved my life. For a moment there, I thought I'd have to use my regulator. Now, I somehow doubt an adventurer like you just so happened to be passing through. The researcher sent you to find me, didn't he? I better head back to explain what happened. You may as well come and join me. I'm sure he'll want to know you're safe. Gods be good. That was the last of my soul cells. I could have really died there. Thank you for the help, by the way. So, what brings you out here to the middle of nowhere? Aunt Nakanta sent you after me. That makes two people who just saved my life then. Would you mind coming with me to see her? I want her to know I'm safe and grateful besides. Those people are on an adventure to somewhere. $2 mil for P9, P10, P11, MP12S? You good man. That is bold. I guess all of the Jesus Christ, those are a lot of parties. The hunter told me everything. From the bottom of my heart, thank you for taking such swift action. These soldiers require energy gathered from lightning, and yet lightning also proves to be their weakness. Apparently, it took a nasty jolt in the Thunderyard and it went berserk. Honestly, why are they tinkering with offensive outputs when they could be correcting their gnarling flaws in the design? Rest assured, the engineer in charge will hear all about this in my report. Sorry for the trouble. I hope this small token will suffice as compensation. I hope this small token of me casually knowing how the ethereal currents move in this area. Welcome back, dear. I can't thank you enough for rescuing this poor, reckless fool of a girl. You're not a child anymore, Shalo. Act your age. Now, what do you say to the kind stranger who saved your life? I know I've already told you once before, but thank you, truly. I am Shiloachi, and I'm in charge of the Yuyupye's Halo. To tell the truth, I'm still learning how everything works. I used to be an electope engineer, but for some reason the government reassigned me. And I'm Nakante, the farm's coin keep, or resident nag, depending on who you ask. Might we get your name, hero? Name is Lucy Rhoda. Lucy. Rolls off the tongue, doesn't it? That's the name you best not forget, Shalo. You'd be dead were it not for her. Now, why in the world would you leave the safety of the outskirts all by yourself? You've been acting so strangely of late. It's clear you're hiding something. So what is it? There really is no getting anything past you, is there? Fine, I'll explain, but you have to promise to keep it a secret for now, alright? The truth is, I noticed that the farm's harvest has been shrinking, year over year, and I can't for the life of me figure out why. The staff are all doing great work, and as a former engineer, I can't say for certain that the equipment is all in proper working order. I even checked the pylons and the readouts were totally normal. But I know there's a problem. The longer we wait, the worse it will get. In a few years, the crop may stop growing entirely. Something has to be done. It all sounds serious, and I appreciate you for taking the initiative to solve it, but I worry about you, Shalo. I can't have you put your life in danger. Lucy, would you be willing to help look into the matter? As an outsider, your idea of normal is sure to be different from ours. I reckon a fresh set of eyes will be able to spot something we can't. She's right. I could certainly use an unbiased perspective. Would you please help me, Lucy? Leave it to me. Right then. Then it's with that settled. I think what you ladies need now is a good meal. Have a seat and your auntie Nakante will fix you some fresh veggies. Fix some fresh veggies and I get mesquite juice. Okay. Fix you fresh vegetables. Here, have some juice. I guess if it's vegetable juice it makes sense, but... One more level to go. There you are. If Queen Sphene has registered you as guest, you should be able to march right in. And if she hasn't, then you may have a swarm of Zoraldia's minions to deal with. Nothing for it but to see if Sphene has betrayed us, eh? Thank you for your diligent service, friends. My companions and I would like to pass, if you would be so kind. Outrunner Guide Unit identified. Registration number verified. 6 companion civilians identified. Verifying credentials. Credentials, welcome. Credentials verified. Welcome, guests of Queen Sphene. What a relief. There you have it. It seems the Queen was true to her words. Follow me, everyone. Solution 9 awaits. I can't wait to get barely any FPS in here either.
Everkeep, a tower of electro piercing a perpetual shroud of storm clouds. Occupying the 9th level of this 12-tiered structure is a residential district called Solution 9. In so naming their home, what hopes did its founders harbor for it? And did it prove the answer they sought?
Spectacular, isn't it? There are more districts throughout the tower, including industrial ones, but Solution 9 is the largest.
Just being here makes my head spin.
Perfectly natural reaction. A city of shimmering electro, replete with strange technologies that cater to every conceivable need. We never dreamed the light back home in Tuliolo. Now, while I go and explain the situation to those in the back room, why not take a moment to explore? I believe lived experiences are far more educational than dry explanations. And you want to know more about Sphene and Zoralja's dominion, do you not?
You had me at explore.
I had a feeling you'd be keen.
Just to confirm, while we have been allowed inside, are we also permitted to roam?
Absolutely. As Sphene's registered guest, you'll find you're exempt from the sentry scrutiny. Ah, the elevator to the uppermost level. I wouldn't go near that. But other areas should be fine provided you act like you belong.
All right then, we'll show ourselves around.
Yes. Familiarizing ourselves with the technology here will help us prepare for the battles to come.
Try not to enjoy yourselves too much, or you're liable to attract attention.
Once you've explored to your satisfaction, come to the entrance to True View in the eastern sector. The way from there is a little complicated, so I'll send someone to guide you.
Understood. We'll see you later. I shall speak with the residents. Perhaps one of them will recognize the earring.
It's like act like you belong.
This place. How
Looks
can
at her
this all be
clothing.
inside of a tower?
So, what aren't you telling me? Where are you?
That I can't reveal yet. Precautions, you understand. Just know that I'm safe. But come, tell me about your adventurer friend. You seem to have a great deal of faith in her. You must have been through a lot together.
You might say that. For instance, we found the entrance to the Golden City.
Wait, what? You did? Kalanaspir, why didn't you mention this sooner?
You want to explore together? It's not that I'm scared or anything. Everything is just so different from home, is all.
Aww. Okay, so far my FPS is holding up. Looking to Solution 9 can interest you in a pack of angel snacks? They're all the rage at the moment. This just doesn't look like we're playing FF anymore. And I kinda like it. It is just so out there. It is... I enjoy it. Tower inside a tower. I can see it, but I still can't believe it. For now, I say we proceed straight ahead. If we feel like we're getting lost, we can always turn around and go back the way we came. Okay, so what I hear is I'm gonna go this way around. Unlock the Ethernet shards. And there goes my FPS already. People enjoying the... Brainix, I want this house. There's gonna be a lot of people inside here, aren't there? Yep. Jesus Christ, that's a lot of people. That explains why my game isn't enjoying me walking here. That's tempting, I think. What does it look like? Ooh. It's the bike, isn't it, that I saw earlier? It's kind of tempting. I should probably save my guild for now. Especially with the start of the expansion where probably everything's gonna cost God knows how much. Oh my god, that is fucking adorable. I love it. Sorry. What I wouldn't do is to give a capable trade from how am I to move all this merchandise? Okay, level 90 or above. Okay. Crossroad already? This place is too much. I have no idea where to go. Right, I've made up my mind. Let's head to that building there. Ah.
was worried you might have had trouble at the checkpoint, but I see everything went according to plan.
Well, that's thanks to you.
Now, I know you've scarcely arrived, but I have a request to make of you.
Oh, a request, you say?
Yes, an important one. I'll say it plain. I want you to make peace with Zerald.
What? I thought you said you weren't on his side.
We have come no closer to seeing eye to eye, nor do I condone his methods. Be that as it may, I don't want you to fight him. I don't want you to regret a decision made in anger and haste. Unequipped with regulators as you are, the risk is too great.
I appreciate your concern, but you ask the impossible. Zorolja murdered our father. His minions slaughtered our countrymen. He will never renounce his war. As vow of resolve, it falls to me to stop him. I know you love your people too, and so you must understand how I feel. Why I cannot, will not back down.
I do understand. All too well. Let me say only this then. Zeralja will use any means to win. If you would protect your people, return to them at once and prepare. Prepare as best you can. It may ring hollow coming from the queen of an enemy nation. But unlike me, you still have the power to determine your own fate.
You really are a curious one. Look, you needn't worry for us. We have dependable comrades holding the fort in Tulihiolan. They'll keep everyone safe, so we can devote our attention to affairs here.
Please.
Never fear, I'll be alongside her.
So you have comrades on whom you can rely. I envy you.
You know, we'd like to learn more about you.
About me?
To be frank, we're still not sure whether or not you're trustworthy. So, if you have a moment, would you show us around the district? That way, we can get to know you better.
You're asking me, the Queen, to show you around? Oh, but I jest. I'm flattered that you've taken an interest in me. Very well, I shall be your guide. You're my guests, after all, and teaching you about my realm would be a pleasure in and of itself. If you like, I can introduce you to my citizens, too. I consider them family, as you do yours.
By all means, we're in your capable hands.
That you are. This will be an enjoyable and enlightening tour, I promise.
That sound was delayed. God damn. Bean stands ready to take you on a tour of Solution 9. Let's begin then, shall we? I must say, I'm really grateful. This place is so vast and confusing, I didn't even know where to begin. While the district may seem daunting in size and structure, all the key facilities are situated near ley nodes, what you call aphorites. Remember this and you won't lose yourself. You won't lose your way. Now then, seeing as it's right here, I'll show you the Nexus Arcade first. Follow me, please. Or please follow me. This complex is home to all manner of shops, from food and daily necessities to technological conveniences. You can find most everything here. Everkeep's inventory is vast, as you've observed. This arcade makes it possible for people to acquire what they need in one centralized location. Amazing. How do you get to the upper levels? I don't see stairs. Do you see the glowing pattern over yonder? This is the automatic conveyor. Such contraptions are found throughout Everkeep, allow use to swiftly move between faraway places. That was Parison walking. Are they also made from the strange metal? What's it? Yes, the conveyors are powered by electrope. As a matter of fact, the ore is integrated into just about everything in Everkeep, even the floors and walls. By etching arcane circuits upon it, Electrope can be used to convert lighting energy to those of other elements. In so doing, we can achieve various effects. For instance, a conversion to wind produces flotation, which is required for the propulsion of our flying vehicles. A conversion to fire, meanwhile, produces light and heat, and it's employed in devices such as street lamps and heaters. There are also self-heating cups that keep your drink warm. Can you make a drink cold if you convert to ice instead? You certainly can. Our vending machines do just that. What's more, multiple energies can be combined to produce some clever effects. For instance, by manipulating the air with wind or projecting light with lightning, it's possible to alter one's appearance. Almost scary what you can do with Electro. If such a wondrous metal exists in our worlds, I imagine everyone would be fighting over it. The shop over here, what does it sell? Ah, yes, let's go and take a look. I dare say you'll find it interesting. I was just looking up at people that try to sell that mount, the bike, on the market board. And I see in the sale history that someone at one point did a slight oopsie. Instead of selling it for 1.8 million, sold it for 814,000. Which is a bit of a loss. Oh yeah. Like, I'm looking at it now as well, and the average price they're selling on Light is for 8.72 million. And like the last one sold, or as I said, like the lowest I see that sold out of the last like 10 is 7.75, and the most expensive I've seen sold is for almost 8.4 million. Which I guess is just people that want to increase their collection as soon as possible. But there is a thing I've gonna spoiled for me, which is a reward that you get from the MSQ, and if you want all of the mounts, you will have passed through here anyway. So I don't really see the logic as to why people would buy them on the market board. Unless you can use them without owning Dawntrail? And maybe that would be why, but that's the only reason I could even see, possibly, as to why I would buy it on a market board for over 7.5. The shop sells food. Those are the items on the counter. That's food? I can't imagine what they taste like. I thought you might be surprised. Your countrymen were two in the beginning. Come, you must sample something. Choose one and I'll purchase it. Welcome, friends. How lucky you are for Her Majesty to treat you. The 5 items on display are the most popular. I recommend one of them if this is your first time. Select an item that interests you. Slab of pink hexagons, liquid-filled pouch, long rectangular bar, hexagon patterned bag, or the black and yellow tin. Let's go with the bag. Ah, yes. The salad paste. This is designed to those who are concerned about their figure, which is a blend of 9 varieties of vegetable. It will help your efforts to slim down. Fashion models swear by it, and youths can't get enough of the stuff either. Okay, what else is there? Oop. There is... What is this? Keen on the perfect meal bar, are you? It's all the nutrients your body needs, packed in a single foodstuff. The flavor is formulated to never taste dull, and one bar will satisfy you for a whole day. Many folks prefer this to taking multiple meals. Ah, the revivifying tonic. I take it you're thirsty. The flavor is a sublime blend of sweet and salty, and stays fresh for over 10 years thanks to the special container. The synthetic fruit pellets. They're our best approximation of the taste and texture of grape. I've never tried the real fruit, so I can't say for how faithful they are, but there's no denying their popularity. Enjoy your lowest poly grapes. Yes. Usually is a cultivated steak. It's not quite the same as the real thing they produce in the outskirts, but it's a sight more affordable. This particular product is known as Gold Label, and it's a delicious hybrid of beef and chicken grown at the plant on the 4th level. Let's have low poly grapes. Well, they are very tempting. I'm going to have the steak. I'm absolutely starving. Thank you for your custom. This being Her Majesty's treat, it's bound to taste all the better. Say, would you mind sampling your selection here and now? It's been a long time since we had newcomers, and I love to see your reaction. This is a great chance to learn about Alexandrian culture. Lucy, let's dig in. Alright, here we go. Or here I go. Following Wuxlamat's lead, you sample your selection. Amazing! I've never had any meat like this before. It's tender like chicken, but flavorsome like Ronique, and the spices gives it just the right amount of kick. I could eat this every day. Don't mind them. They're just happy to see your honest reaction. And how about you? It's pretty good. Haha, always such a pleasure. My thanks for humoring me. This does take me back. Though it was chaotic when the people of Tuliolal first arrived, we endeavored to learn about one another and embrace our differences. Ah, right. What about you, Sphene? Aren't you having something to eat too? I appreciate the thought, but I'm fine for now. Thank you. Alright. But what's your favorite food, if you don't mind me asking? My favorite food? Why, why do you wish to know this? Because I want to get to know you better. Why else? The more you know someone, the more you grow fond of them. That's what my old man believed, and my experience have led me to believe the same. My favorite food. This is a little bit suspicious. Is it such a difficult question? I'm sorry. It's just when I think of those who labor to bring us the food, I find I can't settle on one thing. Ha! I thought I was indecisive, but you're something else. Indecisive? Perhaps I am, but you didn't need to laugh about it. No, I don't want to buy viewers. You can fuck right off. Thank you. Sorry about that. I accidentally clicked. I don't know about you, but I'm satisfied. So let's keep moving. Very well. Next, I think of showing you the resident sector, but it's in the part. But it's in part, so I can tend to personal matters. It's a visitation, to be precise. I believe it will be educational for you as well. Would the two of you mind accompanying me? Not at all. Wonderful. Let me know when you've seen enough here, and I'll take you on your way. Ready? Then let's head to the resident sector. It lies to the southwest. As we walk, I would be glad to tell you about any place of interest you come upon. Okay, they're now accompanying me. Let's leave Lag City. This is Mosaic, a cafe. You can buy drinks to enjoy while you relax. I see in Tuliyolal there's a similar establishment called Shabalalav Tie. That's seashells in the local tongue. Is there history behind the name Mosaic? There is. In our continent, the races are named for stones. There is the hewn, that resembles some Tonawauta, the tall and graceful Eldite, and the diminutive and affable Milala. And they are gathered here. They appear as a mosaic of colors. Thus did the founder choose the name of the cafe. That's nice. If they serve tacos here, it would be perfect. Tacos? Traditional Turali dish. One of my favorite foods. You must try it one day. Yes, definitively. We'll make it happen once we restore peace to Tiliyola. Right? Let's continue on. There's something fishy about her. She is not entirely a normal person. And here we are. These buildings are where citizens live. They're massive. You're massive. Each one is bigger than the palace. They have to be, for just about all of Alexandrians have apartments here. Lest you wonder, I'm here to visit some people. Their apartment is in the building on the left here at Residential Radius 914. Residential Radius? That's right. Come, the door opens automatically. Hey Sphene, can anyone live in this place? Naturally. In fact, many of your countrymen make their home here. No matter your origin or race, occupation, or regulatory usage, all Alexandrian citizens are eligible for an apartment. This includes those you met who work in the outskirts. You've taken care of everything for 30 years. I'm truly grateful. This is the lobby, a common area for residents. I see, and what does that machine there do? Ah, the concierge. They look after the residents. If you require assistance or have questions, they'll be glad to assist. Is that so? I have no shortage of questions, but direct them to you for now. By all means, you may consider me your personal something. If you may consider me your personal difficult word. This is it. This is the place. A mother and son live here. Hello, Isadora. Your Majesty, you came. I have friends with me today. Is that all right? Of course. Friends of the Queen are friends of ours. Please, make yourself at home. How has Milos been? There's been no change, but the symptoms are thankfully mild today. Hey Milos, have you missed me? My son was born with Levin sickness, a severe etherical imbalance towards lightning. As a result, he suffers from paralysis. He cannot walk and struggles to speak. For a blessing, he still has his hearing, and even on bad days, he can communicate with his eyes. I see. He visits often, does she? She does. Milos simply adores her. He sometimes even manages a smile when she is here. What's of yourself, Isadora? How are you holding up? You needn't worry about me, Your Majesty. Oh, why did I click despite having only read a sentence? You needn't worry about me, Your Majesty. You always make time for us, and we have everything we need. I'm glad to hear that, but you mustn't strain yourself. Understood? There's nothing you can do for him? Perhaps a treatment with souls, or... Fortunately, no. While souls can revive those who have met with an accident, they cannot reverse the effects of old age or illness. Truth be told, many children are born like Milos. The illness has existed for generations, but we've been unable to find a cure. The cause is quite clear, though. The excess lightning in the environment. It's no coincidence the number of cases has risen dramatically these past 30 years. It's all my fault. What was that? I'm sorry, Isadora. I must be going. I promise to make a proper visit next time, with treats to share. There's no need to apologize, Your Majesty. If it weren't for you, Milos and I wouldn't still be here. Thank you, Queen's Fiend. My pleasure, Milos. Yeah. My pleasure, Milos. I'll be back soon. So be a good boy, for your mother and for me. Thank you for accompanying me on the visit. The illness is part of life in Alexandria, and I thought that you should know about it. We'll find a cure one day, mark my word. We'll make it so unfortunate children like Milos smile again. 98. Okay. Gotta say, I think I should be able to reach the end of the MSQ before Thursday evening now. Having recomposed herself, Sphene is ready to continue the tour. Well, let's continue the tour, shall we? Look, you obviously have duties to attend to, citizens to look after. We can stop here if you like. No, I do this because I want to, so please, do not worry. Next, I'll show you one of the district's most vital facilities, a place called Resolution. To reach it, we need to go by way of Laynode 9, where the Aetherite is situated. Just to be sure, I got all of the Aetherites in close by, right? So, like that one. I recognize one of those names. I definitively recognize that name. I feel like we'll be going there in not too distant future. conveyor ahead will transport you to the government sector, where Resolution is located. The marking on the conveyor indicates the direction, and there's a pair just like it on the other side. Is it safe? Extremely. There's no need to be afraid. Who said I was afraid? Come on, Lizzie. I don't know if it feels like I'm playing Cyberpunk or if I'm going up towards fighting the champion in a Pokemon game. Not quite sure which one it feels more like. And here we are, Resolution, the operational heart of Solution 9. And here we are, Resolution, the operational heart of Solution 9. From Resolution, we oversee the running of the district and provide essential services to citizens, such as welfare support and job instructions. It's quicker to show than tell, so let's proceed inside.
Strange contraptions everywhere you look. What's that?
An infusion station. It dispenses souls in exchange for credits. Through hard work, citizens can obtain the peace of mind provided by spare souls. It's the way of life for Alexandrians and has been for quite some time. But I imagine it must be difficult for outsiders to comprehend.
That's putting it lightly. To be honest, it sounds disturbing. Still, I won't dismiss it out of hand. Practices like these don't arise from nothing. There's a reason why your culture is the way it is, and I'd like to understand. Won't you tell us some of your realm's history?
I'm keen to learn too.
Very well. Be warned, though, that it may take a while. In the distant past, over 1,000 years ago, it's said, lightning energy began to swell in our world. According to ancient records that date back around 8 centuries, the rainy season spanned a quarter of the year, during which time severe thunderstorms ravaged the land. 4 centuries later, this season had lengthened to nearly half the year. The trend continued, with our ancestors spending longer and longer languishing beneath storm clouds. Crops failed and livestock starved. But amidst this growing desperation, a miraculous material was discovered that promised salvation. Electrope.
The stuff that's used everywhere here.
Indeed. One day, when out inspecting a forest after lightning had caused a fire, a villager came upon a curious black ore none had seen before. Testing revealed that the ore possessed a singular property. It could store lightning and convert it to other energies. In that instant, the scourge of endless storms became a blessing. Dubbed Electrope, the ore found use in myriad inventions and dramatically improved people's lives. So much so, in fact, that all nations soon became dependent upon it, despite the difficulty of obtaining it in quantity. Supply was chronically scarce, and when nations couldn't meet their needs with their own deposits, some resorted to taking Electrope from others. Fighting was isolated and sporadic, until Electrope came to be used in warfare. First in the weaponry of invaders, then in the countermeasures of defenders, and then in every aspect of combat where an advantage might be had. This served only to exacerbate the ore shortage, leading to further escalation. Before long, the entire world was engulfed in a terrible war known as the Storm Surge. As the war came to a head, Alexandria's neighbor, Lindblum, committed its stores of Electrope to the production of a weapon of mass destruction. They deployed it on the front lines and triggered a calamity of frightful magnitude. Not even their own scientists had anticipated the force of the lightning that was unleashed. The energy inundated the entire continent, laying it to waste.
So that's how your world came to be this way.
But in mind, it's of what the fuck happened? It's an awful lot like an Umbral Calamity.
You truly know a great many things that I don't. I should like to learn about you too sometime. But to continue the tale, the people of Alexandria had already lost much to the war. They lost almost everything else to the Levin. Those who survived bore deep scars, tormented by the memory of loved ones taken too soon. Though they yet lived, the cruel spectre of death was with them always. Seeking a solution, our scientists turned once more to Electrope, and after extensive research, they developed the means to preserve memory and soul. Physical death isn't the end. So long as our memories endure, we may live on. This belief sustained us then, and it sustains us now, granting us comfort.
That's quite a tale.
Your Majesty, help me! I beg you, help me!
What's the matter?
I've got no souls left. Not a single one! But the lot at Soul Supply refused to give me any! Please, you must Do something!
My apologies, Your Majesty. This man, he does no work. Instead, he drinks his days away on Trueview. He has only himself to blame if he has no credits for souls.
That's not true! I'm a fighter at the Arcadian. Or rather, I was. I haven't been allowed to fight because of the King's decree. It isn't my choice.
I see. You're a brave warrior of the arena. I want to help you, I sincerely do. But I cannot give you preferential treatment.
Then open up the Arcadian again, so I can fight!
I'm sorry, but that's not my decision to make. The king requires feral souls for war. He doesn't wish for them to be expended on amusements.
You're useless! A queen in naught but name!
Insolent wretch! How dare you take that tone with Her Majesty?
It's quite all right. Such things don't bother me, nor do I think ill of this man. Hear me. Though I cannot grant you a soul, I mean it when I say I want you to live. I love all of you equally, dearly. You are as family to me, and it pains me to see you deny yourself hope. I want you to find a happiness all your own, even if you must grow it from the smallest seed of joy. Out there, somewhere, is a reason for you to smile again. We all need to vent our frustrations from time to time. I will always be willing to lend an ear.
Yes, Mum. Of course. Even without a spare soul, I suppose I'm fine as long as I stay in Solution 9. I apologize for my rudeness. Good day to you.
Keep your chin up, my friend. And when you feel better, I'm sure you'll find another way to apply your talents. I'm sorry you had to see that. Let's keep moving, shall we? Right. I believe we visited all the main facilities. With that, I declare our tour concluded.
That man from before, does that sort of thing happen often?
Somewhat. It's unavoidable. Hardships are a fact of life. Our soul management system has sustained our realm for generations, but it isn't without flaws. For one, people have become accustomed to having spare souls. Without them, they feel vulnerable and anxious. Some claim it may also have contributed to a decline in births.
Just thinking out loud, but would it be possible to do away with the system?
No.
I know it isn't easy to change one's beliefs and way of life. The Mamolja had their reasons for their reliance on blessed siblings, much as you have yours for Sol. But if we defeated Zorolja, you'd be able to make all the decisions, right? Then we could work together to fix things, restore your realm to where it belongs, and see where we can go from there.
Listen to me. There's something that I need to tell you.
What is it?
Actually, never mind. It's nothing of import. Well, it was...
Damn
lovely
interrupting
showing you
robots.
around.
Of course. Of course. Thanks so much for the tour. We've learned not only about your realm, but you as well. For now, our priority is Aralja. But once we've dealt with him, perhaps I can return the favor and show you to Lihiolal.
I'd like that very much.
My character is not convinced.
It seems I've no choice but to continue down this path. Forgive me, Val Wuklamat, but I must disappoint you.
Where was Fiend wanting to tell us? I wonder. Well, it can wait for another time. We've been exploring for a while now and should probably go to Kakusha meeting point. That will be back that way we came, I think. Fiend genuinely cares for people. I can respect her for that. And thanks to her tour, I've become better at understanding the life of Alexandrians. They don't feel so strange and distant anymore. Scales of Blue. Having seen the district to her satisfaction, Uklamat is ready to head to the meeting point. So we're supposed to go to a place called True... Who? In the eastern sector. This conveyor ought to take us there. You know, once we get used to it, it's actually kind of fun. Come on, Lucy. Oh, that's above. This is the place, you think? I don't see the others though. Well, rather than sitting and waiting, we might as well explore a bit more. Huh? Lucy, look over there. A Mulder child? What are they doing here? Notice too, there is a resemblance to Zoraldia. The blue scales of a bonoa with the feature of a hobbygoo. This can't be a coincidence. At any rate, it wouldn't be to leave such a small child on their own. Come on, let's go after them. That town. That wouldn't happen. Wouldn't happen to be a sightseeing log, would it? Milif. Now that's a name I haven't heard in a good long time. And dearest Elsabe. She's my twin sister, you see, and I haven't seen her for 30 long years. Not since I was trapped during my exploration of Yasulani. It brings me great joy to know she is well. Pardon me for asking, but might I see the note she added to your log? She always did make such bold strokes of her lettering. Here. Better notes. Some of the information may seem improbable at best, but I believe there is truth in every entry. Were I young, I would set out in search of these fantastic sights myself, but alas, my body can no longer endure such travels. Though thanks to you, I feel lighter than I have in an age. If there's one thing I would wish, it's to see my sister's log again before I die. There's so much I would share with her. But you have better things to attend to than an old woman's musings. Take care, kind adventurer, and may your journey lead you to vistas both bright and unforgettable. Your Dawntrail entries has been added. It's a GPU! I need me one of those. Maybe that will fix my FPS issues. This is the true view. I'm not sure what I'm looking at, but it does seem lively. The building's just about the only one that isn't lit up. Not open for business at the moment, I guess. Ah! I didn't see you there. Listen, we don't mean you any harm. We just want to talk. Bit odd, don't you think? They run off when we approach, only to suddenly reappear. Could it be that they want to take us somewhere? Is that the way of it? You want us to follow you? So it is. Alright then, lead the way. Stand. Stop being in the way. Once you choose to depart, we'll welcome you. We will begin to move towards destination. It's far behind, okay. This where you wanted to bring us? What is this plate? If you're meant to relax here, it isn't working for me. Hey, what's your name? So you're still not inclined to talk. They'll only talk if he's comfortable with you. You know him? After a fashion. But never mind that. How about something to wet your whistle? Adorable as you are, it's on the house. I can recommend our specialty, Her Majesty. I'll prepare one without liquor for the boy too. Thanks, but no thanks. We're supposed to meet a friend named Kakusha. We ran into the child on the way, and he led us here. Oh, so you're with Kakusha. In that case, Go and have a chat with the big Tassos, with Big Tassos there. He'll show you to a fun place. What about him? I don't think he's in a mood for talk, so he can tend to the bar with me. This is taking a turn for the strange. But you don't think we're walking into a trap, do you? Damned if this doesn't have suspicion written all over it. What is this fun place meant to be? Is Kakusha there? Well, I suppose there's only one way to find out. Tassos. Tassos stands stoic before the door. This area is normally off limit, but Kakusha told us about you. Just follow the corridor and head into the room at the end. Let's go, Lucy. Whatever happens, you won't catch me being surprised.
Wonderful! They're here!
We've only just arrived ourselves.
Nej, Aston. Nej. Nej.
Amazing.
I bid you welcome to the back room. Oblivion's humble headquarters.
A hideout tucked behind a drinking hole. Brings back memories, doesn't it?
Our members here are mainly creators and adapters. That is, scientists and engineers who specialize in electro. They use their skills to provide support to our field operatives. Geralt, Shale, be so kind as to give our friends an overview of your duties.
Well, all this provisioning. Gotta have supplies to fight the good fight, ain't ya? Luckily, we got the tools to craft most of what we need.
Gathering intelligence is another vital aspect of our work. Everkeep's core system is a veritable treasure trove of information. You just need to know how to get in and find it. We also handle surveillance and communications, watching the enemy's movements and coordinating our own, that sort of thing.
And among all our activities, we spend a fair bit of effort investigating preservation. The organization credited with laying the foundations of electrope technology. From the soul management system to Everkeep's design, they're behind just about everything you see here. It'd be no exaggeration to say they made this realm what it is. But their magnum opus was without a doubt the power which was used to join Alexandria to Dural. Interdimensional fusion.
Said power isn't unlike my summoning technique and the magic within Azam's crystal. Yet, though the effect is localized, to be able to fuse realities. Even with my knowledge, I struggle to conceive how it could be possible.
Incidentally, the founders of our group, a husband and wife, were members of preservation at one point. That they opposed the fusing of worlds, and so defected in order to prevent it.
While not entirely unexpected, given what we have seen, this is still quite the revelation.
By the by, that's an interesting earring you have there. A novel way of carrying a data storage device. Oh, you didn't know? Well, as a precautionary measure against machine infiltration, we scan everyone as they enter. And when we scanned you, we detected a small quantity of electrope. Though it's been dressed up, that earring is a storage device and no mistake. Bought it from a shop here, did you?
No, it isn't bought, but inherited.
He's been walking around with a USB stick.
So these people sent you through the portal along with the earring?
There's some sort of weird lesbian accessory thing. Because I've seen the jokes of them like wearing the most ridiculous stuff. I guess carrying around a USB stick isn't that far off.
Do you know aught of them?
Listen, Cryo. The husband and wife who founded our order. It's believed that they were Malala. Though we have no evidence at present, we can't rule out the possibility that they were your parents, or perhaps close relations. This I posit because they were the very individuals who spearheaded the research into interdimensional fusion. As traitors to preservation, they were relentlessly pursued. If they had a child they feared they couldn't keep safe, entrusting her to the people of another world might have been their best option.
My parents, the founders of Oblivion. Tell me everything you know about them, no matter how small or seemingly insignificant. Anything and everything.
We don't even know their names, I'm afraid. In a bid to elude preservation's agents, we suspect they erased all trace of themselves. I'm sorry we couldn't be of more help. If you're interested, though, you're welcome to review our accumulated data.
Yes, please. As an individual and member of my order both, I wish to learn as much as possible.
I should also like to peruse the data. Where the joining of realities is concerned, I may well be of service.
Of course. Feel free to peruse to your heart's content.
Thank you.
If you like, I can examine your earring. I have to say, the prospect that it belonged to our founders has me itching to take a look.
I was gonna say, might be worth to, check what's actually on that.
I dare say we have enough eyes to pore over your records. Is there any other way we might be productive?
Not right now. We're still waiting for Zoralja to make the next move.
In that case, Alice, would you mind accompanying me?
Gladly.
I've buggered it up again!
Never a moment's peace. Pay him no mind. I don't.
Oi! You two there! One of you give me a hand, would you? Don't matter who.
I just remembered I have matters to discuss with Shay.
Thank you, Annabelle. Thank you. I swear, this guy's gonna be... I was just about to say, is this guy gonna be related to the relics of Dawntrail? Because Genalt is incredibly close to the same name. It's just that was a little bit too convenient. Especially considering here crafting as well. It's Sorry, you've had to see me passion spilling over. Let me guess. The filament is gonna cost homestones. Sorry you had to see me passion spilling over. Happens when you put your heart and soul into your craft, you know? And not to be weird or nothing, but I felt a sense of kinship when I saw you. As if we've met in another life. I mean, I consider he's now like referring to, you know, having met you in another life. Like, yeah, it has to be. Any roads, as I was saying, I need someone to lend me a hand. I haven't slept for 2 nights now, not a single wink, and I'm ripe to collapse. Can't afford to though, got folks relying on me, see? But if I'm to keep at it, I need you to fetch me my favorite energy tonic. The voucher's good for 2 cans. 1 for you, by the way, welcome. Can't get the stuff at any old vending machine though. You need to talk to a bloke named Philemon. You'll find him tending a bar out on the main strip. Off you go. Except instead of alcohol this time, it's energy drinks. Got it. I found the first thing that shares a cooldown. That is an effect. Welcome, what you having? Energy tonic you can't get from vending machines? How dare you suggest that I sell such dangerous stuff? Away with you, and don't come back. Got a voucher? Slip it to me then. Nice and subtle. Ah, so you're collecting for Genalt. I can for him and I can for you, eh? Here you go. Yours is formulated for beginners, gentler than the full strength stuff. It's not contraband or anything, so you won't run afoul of the authorities. But if it's Rodina Conservatorium was made of wares my special selection, it would be bad for business. I didn't pay attention to that place. Let me guess. We're gonna be dealing with this universe of her too. This universe version of Ravana. God fucking damn it. Now, seeing as it's your first time, I want you to drink your tonic here, just in case there are side effects. Beginner energy tonic. Bearing a curious design upon its can, this energy tonic is apparently formulated for beginners. You drain the tonic in a single pull. Now that's how you do it. Your pulse ought to quicken soon, after which you'll start to see everything more clearly, and then finally you'll feel a roaring surge of energy. People say it's like growing a pair of rainbow wings. Well, you haven't up and carked it, so hurry along and give Genold his tonic. He tends to leave it for the last moment, and I expect he's about to keel over. Square Enix, where can I buy a consumable to have this effect? Get into the back room. It's obvious caviar. True. You've got the tonic? Give it here, quick. I just now realized there's an actual 3D printer to my left. That's the stuff. Ain't nothing like the blow of the cobwebs right out with a big kaboom. Awakens something feral in me, it does. Transforms me into a remorseless beast that won't stop till it's done what I was born to do. Anyway, sorry for sending you off on an errand like that. I just can't concentrate without me tonic, you know? And the pile of work only ever gets bigger. Speaking of which, I better get back to it. Those weapons and tools ain't going to enhance themselves.
I've been meaning to ask about that Mamulja child. Could he be...
Yes. In all likelihood, he's Zoralja's son.
So you think so too? But what is he doing here?
He was abandoned, the poor dear. We found him in the Drift Downs a few years ago.
To think he'd cast aside his child.
We can't say for certain who he was born to, or why he was on his own. But he's a blue-scaled Hubigo, and Zoralja is the only other one around. That being the case, everyone assumes they're father and son. Even the boy has put two and two together. This all happened when he was very little, so he has no recollection of his parents. It breaks my heart to think of it.
What's his name?
Kaluja. It was my hope that he'd grow up to be a man of principle, like his grandfather.
It's a fine name.
I should mention that the boy is a little unusual. At first, I intended to raise him as my own. But just when I thought he was warming to me, he suddenly disappeared. We searched high and low for several days. And where should he turn up? But in the wilds near Everkeep.
What? It's a miracle he didn't fall prey to fiends.
See? That's another unusual thing. Creatures don't seem to attack him. He could pick his way through the Thunder Yards as if he were on a stroll. living alone and receiving food from the people of the outskirts. This became something of a pattern. We track him down and bring him back, only for him to disappear again within a matter of days. He would return to the wilds without fail, and once again rely on the kindness of strangers to survive. Finally, I took the hint and left him be, giving him the solitude he prefers, and lending a hand only when he explicitly asks.
If Gululja is Zorolja's child, that makes him my nephew. Assuming he's willing, I'd be glad to take him in like Papa did for me. But seeing as I'm here to kill his father, I don't know if it would be right.
Ah yes, we're doing the Skyrim method of adopting orphans. First you kill their parents so they become an orphan, and then you adopt them.
Who was that?
Oh dear. It's Gululja.
Don't tell me he heard everything.
This is my fault. I asked that he be kept away, but I should have taken more precautions.
I'm going after him. I need to explain.
Wait, Lamachi. I understand.
Nope, understand your haste, but it's best to coordinate the search.
There's no telling, I'm afraid. He could as easily be outside the tower as here in Solution 9.
If those who can fight would search below, my mother and I will scour the district.
Sounds like a plan. Let's get to it.
Little footfalls. It is all Wuklamat can do to not rush off after Gululja. If Gululja is outside the tower, we need to find him as quickly as possible. Even if he's used to getting around on his own, the wilds are still no place for a child. Agreed. While Kryl and Raha will continue reviewing the data, the three of us should devote ourselves to the search. Alright, let's head to the base of the tower and take it from there. Well, here we are outside, but where do we even begin? Perhaps someone could have caught sight of Gululja. Let us make inquiries nearby. Good idea. Could you handle the outskirt, Alice? In the meantime, Lucy and I will head beyond the big wall. Gululja does not appear to be in error. Have you caught sight of a group of people a short distance to the southwest? You spot those people too? Yes, perhaps you've seen something. Come on. There. Looks like some sort of salvage yard. Let's ask after Gululja. Gululja isn't here. You know the boy. Have you seen him? Oh, forgive me. I didn't know you were. No offense taken. My name is Tapa. My eyes may be useless, but my ears are sharper for it. I can recognize people by the footfalls, including Gululja. So he didn't come this way. Where in the world could he be? I do not know your voice. Who are you to Gululja, and why do you search for him? I'm family. Though we are not related by blood, his father is my brother. I'm only just met Gululja, and we haven't had a chance to talk properly. But I'm about to do something that will make him hate me, and I wanted the chance to explain. His father is your brother. Then that means you are. Yes, I'm Wuklamat, vow of resolve of Tali Yolal. I've journeyed here to bring my brother Zuralja to account for murdering our people and our father. When it's all said and done, Gululja may want nothing to do with me. Nonetheless, I'm always consider him family. I'll always be there for him, and I want him to know that. It tears you apart to do what you must. The quiver in your voice tells the tale. Gululja was headed south. There he has a place that is close to home, as he knows. Find and bear your heart to him. Should he in turn bear his heart to you, accept and respect his wishes, as Queen Sphene respected ours when she granted us a place in her realm. I will, don't worry. But what do you mean when you say Sphene respected your wishes? Out of concern for our well-being, Her Majesty had urged us to reside inside Everkeep. When we declined, not only did she gracefully accept our decision, she granted us the necessary supplies to make our home here. And since then, she has paid us regular visits to see how we fare. That sounds like Sphene, alright. Well, thank you for telling us about Gululja. I'll find him, and then we'll have a good talk. We should continue south, it seems. Let's keep our eyes peeled as we make our way. pressing up that hill. Yes. Thank you for stopping just short of me to do that attack. Your cooperation is appreciated. Down. And half of it is submerged. The architecture looks like nothing we've seen so far. It's more Charlian. Ah, there he is, among the ruins. I only caught a glimpse, but there's no mistaking that tiny silhouette. Let's hurry after him. It would be a disaster if a building collapsed whilst he's inside. Drowned vestiges. Wuklamat is eager to follow Gululja into the ruined town. I only saw for a moment before he disappeared behind the building, but I'm pretty sure Gululja was headed further south. I'll contact Alize on Linkpro and let her know to join us. Three more? Oh, never mind. For some reason I thought the area was this large, not that large. Okay. Then there being 3 more makes a lot more sense. This is the area, but the canals and the debris makes it hard to get a good view. Let's split up and search. If you would head into the canals, I will make my way through the streets. When we fight Gululja, let's watch from a distance until he gets to his destination. Wouldn't want to startle him and cause an accident. had located him, following him quietly without being noticed. That's a lot of people in cutscenes.
He's come a long way on such short legs. It's a relief he didn't get hurt. What's here, I wonder? So he's looking after those little ones. Gululja.
Not another step!
What? A sentry? Run, Gululja, run!
You know the boy. Who are you? And what do you want?
My name is Wuklamat, and I've come to talk to Gululja.
Is that so?
I'm sorry if I scared you. I want to get to know you better. That's all.
And you, my boy, do you wish to speak with them?
I heard them talking. She said she's going to kill my father.
Villains! I will deal with them forthwith!
I want to get to know her too.
You look so happy.
I see. If that is your desire, then I shall stand aside.
All right then. Let's talk, you and I. Lots. But, who's the ancient-looking and articulate machine?
If I look ancient, it is because I am. This has been my vessel for no less than 380 years.
Vessel?
Otis is my friend. When I was hungry and sad, he came and looked after me. He cooks for me and teaches me all kinds of things. Like how to read and write and not be noticed by dangerous creatures.
This machine cooks for you?
And teaches you about fiends. What is he exactly?
Ah! How remiss of me. I had neglected to introduce myself. Sir Otis Valona, Lord Captain of the Royal Knights of Alexandria. At your service.
You're Captain of the Knights?
It's so different from the other machines. What's your story?
And there I thought it was Gululja with whom you wished to speak. Not that I'm averse to taking a walk down memory lane. But ere I regale you, we must take our repast.
A meal. Here. I hate to turn down food, but I'd prefer to have this conversation in the back room.
Please, I'm really hungry.
All right, all right. A repast it is.
She's going to spoil her nephew silly. I'll send word to Erenville so the others can stop worrying.
Now, if I might prevail upon your assistance, I shall whip up my most delectable specialty.
Well, speaking of food, I'm gonna go to the bathroom and also get myself something to eat because it has been a while. I'll throw you guys an ad break and I will see you guys in a bit. See you soon. Bye bye. Alright. Hello. I am back. Hello. Keep going. So, my new friend, I would enlist your aid in procuring ingredients for our repast. After all, the most enjoyable meals are those we make together. We're happy to pitch in, of course. What ingredients do you have in mind? First of all, some yam and pumpkin. The people in the outskirts should be willing to share their harvest. If you and Gulaja could go and speak to them. Sure. I'll ask for the cast-offs too, as usual. As for Louis and Alice, I would be obliged if you could procure some woolback meat. The creatures have been found grazing on the slopes outside of town. As beef is less readily available, their flesh makes a good substitute. That's of the younger one especially, as it's more tender and less gamey. Consider it now. We'll be back with the meat before you know it. Thank you kindly. In the meantime, I shall see to other preparations. Do I go and it's a current? Sure. How many do I have left? 3 more. Okay. And there it is. There's one in this zone, I think. Right? Yes. One to be found, to free from quests. What's this? I am to understand you have already procured the meat? We have. Good heavens you have, and such a choice cut this. Besides, it's plain you know how to handle yourself in battle. Were it 400 years ago, I would have recruited you to the Royal Knights. Hahaha. Memories of a Knight. Otis is pleased with the meat you have brought him. Once Alice brings her portion, we shall have a glorious bounty to satisfy growing younglings like yourself. Indeed, I expect there will be ample leftovers to share with the good folks at the Drift Downs. We always appreciate a warm meal. Now, seeing as you have completed your task so quickly, I have another request of you to make. We're exhausted our supplies of kindling electrope, and I should be grateful if you could search the houses yonder for more. In the Old Kingdom, electrope rations were issued to each citizen, while small fragments may still be found here and there. If we can obtain 5 pieces, say at least one ought to be more what we require, that is, the kind that converts lightning to fire. Gululja can identify them by their circuitry, so pray take them to him. The boy has become quite deft at discerning electrope types, and in a very short time, I might add. Now off you go, and happy foraging. On the final Aether current. Yeah, that's all gathered. 3 more. Fine. More to the quest for. What this says you have electrope for me. 5 pieces to be precise. Oh, you found a lot. Let's see. This one creates wind. This one is for water. You can tell just like that? I'm impressed. Clever, isn't he? I'll bet he got it from his father. Ah, this is it. This converts to fire. It absorbs lots of lightning, so we should be able to kindle a flame easily. Thank you, Lucy. Thanks to your kind assistance. We have everything we need for our post. You have done your part, and now I shall do mine. I bid you relax, my friend. The meal will soon be served. This is the kind of thing families do. Gululja, we have a meal together and talk about what's on our mind. So you ate with your father? Yes, with them and my brothers. It was mostly the head of Resolve and I doing the talking though. Juana and the head of Reason occasionally joined in, and Zoralja spoke when he was spoken to. You said you have two papas. Does that mean one is yours and the other one's my father's? No, both are our fathers. He's what people call blessed siblings, a Mamul Jah with two heads. Zoralja was his true-born child, while Koana and I were adopted and don't share the same blood. But that doesn't make us any less family. What matters is that our hearts are connected. The head of Resolve told me that. What do you want, Heston? Family. Do you have someone like that too? A person you think is family, even though you don't share the same blood? That's a good question. What about you? They do, and they're very dear to me. I'd like to meet them someday. So, Galulja, I'm hoping we could be family, you and I. Won't you tell me about yourself? You really want to know about me? I do. I want to know all about you. The things you love, the things you hate, anything and everything. I want to know all about you too. This reminds me. We were hoping to hear your story too, Otis. If you wish, be forewarned that mine is a tale that will be long in recounting. It was before lightning had altered the world that I was appointed Lord Captain of the Royal Knights. We're talking hundreds of years prior to the calamity, right? Indeed. Earlier still than when I assumed this mechanical form, 450 years ago, to be precise. Then, you used to be a normal person? Oh yes, I was once flesh and blood, like you, and I proudly served as a Knight of Alexandria. Rather than a machine that behaves like a person, you are an actual person. How is this possible? It's only natural that you're confused. Hear my tale to the end, and all shall become clear. The foremost duty of the Royal Knights was the protection of the royal family. In my time, that was Their Majesty the King and Queen, and their only child, Her Highness of Princess. By then, every nation of our star was embroiled in the same manner of conflict over Electro. Thus was our kingdom drawn into a war with its neighbor. The war was the catalyst for the great calamity that altered the environment. Countless countrymen lost their lives amid the chaos, the king and queen amongst them. For a blessing, we were able to protect the princess, who then rose to the occasion and brought hope to her people in those trying times. So kind-hearted was our young queen then, at her behest, we even took in refugees from the enemy nation. But sadly, her reign was cut short. Like many others, her body has been ravaged by lightning, and one day she collapsed and passed away. How tragic. Aye, nary was there a citizen whose eyes remained dry, and many a moon was spent constructing a great tomb worthy of her memory. Yet, I clung to hope still, for while Her Majesty was on her deathbed, the kingdom's finest scientists had successfully extracted her soul. Did we hear that right? Extract her soul? Our flesh may wither and die, but so long as we are remembered, we may live on. This age-old belief was always comforted our people, but as casualties mounted in the wake of the calamity, we sought to make it into reality through the power of Electrope. In time, we succeeded in developing the means to preserve the soul, and it was used to spare the Queen eternal death. Yet, it wasn't enough to simply prevent the soul's departure, for the ultimate goal was to recreate a person as they were in life, and this requires that their memories be further extracted from their soul. It took many more years of research to make this possible, by which time I had become a grey old man. With my days numbers, I did not hesitate to volunteer myself as a test subject for the procedure. So it was that I attained this vessel, and by my successful rebirth, I paved the way for those who are recreated from the memory of the departed. The Endless, they are called. If it is true, then the Queen that brought your people back to life it wouldn't be Sphene, would it? Oh, so you know Her Majesty as well. My description of her boundless kindness must have paled in comparison to what no doubt felt in her presence. I haven't met her myself, I confessed, but since assuming my current form, wouldn't want to frighten the living daylight out of her. Hi, Aston. Hi. Hey. Hey. Yeah. Hi, I see you. There you go. The Endless? So all this time, Sphene wasn't alive. She lives, yet she does not. It is admittedly a difficult distinction to make. Having inherited the memory of a departed soul, an Endless feels, thinks, and acts precisely as the person would. In that sense, I believe they are alive. The Alexandrians knew about this, right? It can't have gone unnoticed that Sphene is perpetually youthful. No one really knows about the Endless. People who were regulators don't even think about that. Everyone sees that the Queen doesn't change, but they just accept it. To them, it's just who she is. Or the Endless apart from herself. While there should be as many Endless as those who have died, I believe they are limited in where they can exist. Queen Sphene is unique in her ability to appear before you. Strictly speaking, I myself am not an Endless. They are created using memories extracted from a soul, but my entire soul was placed inside a machine. Being inside a machine makes you different? How? But I do not understand the finer points. My life is bound to this vessel. If it breaks down, then it would be over for me, much like the being of flesh and blood. Hardly an endless, unchanging life, I'm sure you will agree. An endless, unchanging life. Can't help but be reminded of the A. Did Kakusha and the others know about this? Considering their extensive intelligence gathering, I'd be surprised if they didn't. For now, let's share what we've learned with Kryl and Raha. I can't help but have misgivings about this.
Nahe, is that you?
Good gods, Elenespia! It's been too long, my friend. Where have you been all these years? What have you been doing with yourself? Hold on. They say Queen Sphene has guests from outside the barrier. That's you, I gather?
It seems so. I'm looking for my mother. Do you know where she is?
Your mother? Sorry, but what was she like again?
What? It's Kafkiwa. You know, the one who was too adventurous by half? Who journeyed with the Dawn Servant?
It's not ringing any bells.
You can't be serious. Ours was a tiny little village. Surely you remember her.
I really don't. It's all a blank.
Is she dead and has been preserved in a robot, just like the guy in the village? Because that would... I mean, I kind of already maybe suspected something like that, considering like they were older and it's been a while. That was my first suspicion, so this may be, because that's why they won't have a memory, because it got deleted.
Is anyone else here from the village?
Hey!
Huh? Elenespia?
I'm looking for Kafkiwa. Where is she?
What's this all of a sudden? Who's Kafkiwa?
This cannot be. The memories of the departed are taken away. No.
Nashville, where are you? The others will be here soon, so hurry back, won't you? Do you hear me? Say something, would you?
A crossroad. Otis looks pleased with himself, insofar as his vessel can indicate. Although the mood became a tad subdued at the end, I thoroughly enjoyed our repast together. We did too, Otis. To hear about the Endless was something of a shock, but we likewise enjoyed your company. Above all, I'm glad you and I got to talk, Gululja. We're going to get along great, I just know it. You think so? I'm happy for you, my boy. Now then, I presume you'll return to Everkeep? Permit me to accompany you at least part of the way. About Sphene. It doesn't matter to me if she's an Endless, whether she's alive like you and me or not. I've seen enough to know that she has a good heart. What worries me is the burden she bears. We still don't know what it is. I expect that there are things she can't tell us, not with Zeralja watching, but at the very least, I'd like to know what the Endless are to her. Sorry, I didn't mean to delay us. I just felt the urge to share my thoughts with you. Oh, on the way back, let's make a quick stop at the drift down. I want to tell Tapu how it went. And Stan, no nibbling. Got it? No nibbling. I'm gonna grab this aetherite. I'm assuming we're approaching the end of this area? Because that is now 2 quests for Ethernet. Aether currents. So that would presumably mean that we soon get dungeon followed by a trial, followed by the final zone, in which we at the very end get a dungeon and a trial, assuming it follows the layout that we've had before. He who remembers. Yi She's problem is perhaps best solved by an outsider like you. Now, here's a face I haven't seen around these parts before. Could I borrow you for a moment of time? You see, a member of our group has been making frequent trips up the hill to the graveyard. I suspect there's a problem, but he doesn't seem willing to talk about it. Not to us, anyway. A stranger willing to lend a friendly ear, however, may convince him to open up. If it's not too much to ask, will you travel out to the name slates and speak to him? The man you're looking for is a Chitona like myself. The name slates. Tucked away in the remote corner of Yashulani, this small cemetery is a relic of earlier times. Now that the wearing of regulators have become commonplace, the culture of digging grave has largely been forgotten, and tombstones carved with the name of deceased considered an odd and antiquated custom. I must admit, it's not the sort of place one expects to make out of conversation with a stranger, but you're one of those travelers from beyond the barrier everyone's been talking about? Then explain why I haven't seen you around. Let me ask you something, outsider. Have you ever visited a grave to pay your respects? Yes. Honoring the dead is a common aspect of many cultures, I suppose. In that case, perhaps you could help me with something. Take a stroll around the area, and if you happen to spot anything particularly grimy gravestone, I ask that you wipe them off. It's a lot of work for one man alone, so your assistance would mean a great deal to me. That's a big pot. I'm guessing hunt. Let's see. Yes. Those gravestones look much better now. Thank you. Or perhaps I should say name slates. Too bad the names are all written in Alexandrian. I can't make heads or tails of them. You know about the regulators people wear these days. Whenever someone dies, every last memory of their existence is erased. As an unfortunate consequence, this graveyard has been all but abandoned. I'm going to fix that. What else am I to do? Stand idly by and let the headstones be lost to time? No, if no one else would give a damn, then it will have to be me. In Tyral, I was taught to honor the dead, but here I am in the minority. Most seem content to forget and entrust their memory to the cloud. That's why I can't talk about it to the others. They wouldn't understand. Not like you. Thanks again, stranger. I am too lazy to walk all the way. Eopia is gazing anxious up and down the path. Excuse me, do you have a moment? If you're headed south, I would ask a favor. My friend went out to study the plant life and hasn't come back. He has had a bad habit of getting absorbed in his work and losing track of time. Last I saw him, he was headed southeast of here. If you could go check in on him, I would sorely appreciate it. Now, this fascinating succulent, its development is clearly abnormal. Proof, perhaps, that this species has adapted to its new environment over time. Hello there, stranger. What are you doing here? For that matter, what am I doing out here? Did I get distracted and wander out of the safe zone again? Yep, probably word sick about me. I had to thank her for sending it, but first let me hurry back to the Drift Downs before some terrifying creature tries to ruin our day. Escort him, keep him safe. Got it. Hi, Knucklehead. Let's go. Love that he said not good as he's standing in the AoE that was casted forever. Self-preservation of a 2-year-old. Jesus Christ, come on then. Don't fall so far behind and maybe you don't have to shout at me. Welcome back. Glad to see you're both in one piece. Forgive me, Ioppa. I was so focused on that plant, I nearly wandered headfirst into danger. If you hadn't sent this kind stranger my way, there's no telling what might have happened. Now, I better get documenting my findings before I forget. Thank you, ladies. Sorry about him. He grew up in Everkeep, you see. He's not used to seeing plants in their native habitat, and heritage found is rather unique in that regard. 30 years ago, when the geography changed, vast swatches of native flora died out while the rest were forced to mutate drastically in order to survive. Worthy of studying, I'm sure. Still, you ought to know it's not safe out there. I wish you wouldn't be so careless. In any case, I'm grateful to you for keeping him safe. And seeing as he didn't think to reward you, I suppose I have to do it. I swear he'd forget his head if it wasn't attached. Hello, Tapu. You are returned. Were you able to find Gulalja? Gululja? We were, thanks to you. All is well with the boy. All is well with the boy. I'm relieved to hear that, and to know that he has family who works for him. Gululja too must be glad. I hope so, but try not to rush or force anything, though. It's for him to decide what I am to him. My, what a pleasant surprise it is to meet you in these parts. Fiend, what are you doing here? Visiting my people? Are you doing the same, perchance? Suppose we are, yes. Listen, there's something I'd like to talk to you about. Could we have a word in private? So, you know about the Endless. While we may not discuss it openly, my people will have surely noticed that I haven't changed for hundreds of years, and have made no attempt to conceal my nature. If you may ask, though, who told you about the Endless? Only a few should be familiar with the concept. I'm afraid I can't say. I bear no ill will towards this mysterious individual, yet lest that be your concern. I'm merely curious. Tell me, Sven, you care for your people, that much is plain, and I assume you care for the Endless too. Earlier, in Everkeep, there was something you wanted to tell us. Was it to do with them? The Endless are dear to me, are as dear to me as my living citizens. They are as much my family. But they can only be sustained by meeting certain extracting requirement. Thus far we've managed to do so, but should more people die, I fear we would be pushed beyond our limit. Their preservation demands vast amounts of energy. Energy? I don't understand the working of it all. But is there something we can do to help? Then Would you be willing to become Alexandrian citizens? What? I have my nation, my people, to protect. I can't just become Alexandrian. Indeed, I suppose you cannot. First you tell us to make peace, then you tell us to go home. What exactly is it that you want? The same as you, of course, to protect my people. Tell us more about the energy the Endless need. That I cannot say. Do not ask that you understand or like me, but I wish. I wish I had been born on the same side of it. Hey, what do you mean by that? Wait, Sven! Damn it. Well, I think we've kept everyone waiting long enough. Let's continue on to Everkeep. And let's not tell Otis about our conversation with Sven. I don't want to risk causing him pain.
Why don't you come with us? You might get to see Sven.
Tis a magnanimous and much appreciated offer, but I must decline. A part of me longs for an audience with Her Majesty, it is true. Yet, though it be in my previous life, I failed to protect my queen. I couldn't bear to show my face before her. And such an uncomely one besides.
All right. If that's how you feel, we won't force you. But rest assured, we'll visit with Kululja, and we hope you'll cook for us again.
It would be my pleasure. You are welcome to bring other comrades should you so desire. The more the merrier.
I've been looking all over for you.
Nostalgia, was it? What's the matter?
It's Zeralja. He marches to Vanguard.
So he's done waiting. But why weren't we alerted sooner?
Our transmissions are being jammed. The lookouts couldn't get through to us. Wayakoi is at Vanguard too, but I can't reach her. What are we to do?
Stay calm. Kafkiwa has yet to be alerted, yes? Take her to the back room as fast as you can.
Our link pearls may still work.
I'll try contacting those in Tuliolo. Oris, I need you to keep Guloja safe.
You needn't ask.
I want to go with you.
Absolutely not. A battle's no place for you.
Kululja, the people of the outskirts must be evacuated. For this crucial task, I require your assistance. Remember, when battle is at hand, anything can happen. Caution is as valuable as any blade.
Yes, sir.
I managed to get hold of Alphano. He'll inform Kona. Good. How's the situation in Tulichola? There's nothing to worry about, or so my brother assured me. With such short notice, though, I doubt they'll be fully prepared. They'll be ready, I'm sure of it. The vow of reason is not to be underestimated. I'm coming, Sorolsha. And we will finish this once and for all.
This is the moment of truth. We have to hold Zoraldia here. And I know exactly how to do that. Speak to Wiklamatsa where cutscenes will play in sequence. Recommended you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. The Protector and the Destroyer. Wiklamat has requested a request to make before setting off to confront Zoraldia. Before we get going, I have a request to make to you. When we confront Zoraldia, you must let me face him alone. What? No, that's far too dangerous. Why put you at such a risk if we don't have to? We have two priorities. The first is to hold Zoraldia within the dome and protect Tuliolal. The second is to free Wayakwe if she has been captured. To make sure we succeed, I need to play the worthy foe for Zoraldia. If I come at him with help, he'll likely lose interest and proceed with his attack on the city. That is why it needs to be a duel. Even if Tuliolal is better prepared this time, it's true that we would do best to avoid another battle, and failing that, we might at least weaken Zoraldia. Rest assured, I'm not going in this without strategy. Our time in the dome has given us valuable insight into Alexandrian culture. The use of regulators, for one, the secret to Zoraldia's strength. And you mean to... That's right, if I destroy his regulator, he'll be unable to draw upon souls. We'll see how much he wants a duel after that. So, will you leave Zoraldia to me? I believe in you, Lamatia. Thank you, Lucy. It's true that this is your fight, and how you choose to handle it is your decision. But if we see you struggling, or Zoraldia attempts to call upon his minions, we will go to your aid. Fair enough. Knowing you'll be there, I can give it my all. Together with Kona, I'll keep Tuliolal safe. You know what? Before we go, I'm gonna refill my drink because I have no idea how long this is gonna take. Back.
Hello.
You disappoint me, Wuklamat. We are foes, yet you had my admiration for defeating Father and claiming the throne. But instead of coming for me, you gallivant with the resistance. Do I intimidate you?
I am here, brother. I did not run nor hide. I have come to kill you. Let her go. Your quarrel is with me.
And will you settle it one-on-one, or call upon all and sundry yet again? Not that it would make any difference.
No. Like Papa did, I'll face you alone.
Really? You believe you stand a chance? Have you forgotten how it ended with Father?
I remember you couldn't win without relying on other people's souls. Alone, I may be weak, but so are you.
So be it. Do not regret your decision. Release her.
Oh, thank you. Oh, I thought I was done for.
Don't!
Oh, you prick. That I'm pretty sure falls under war crime.
You could have dealt me a telling blow. Your compassion will be the end of you.
I'm not letting anyone else die. And you will never surpass Papa.
But I have. With these very hands, I slew him.
His body may be gone, but his spirit lives on in us.
The Yokui's delusion is catching, I see.
I want to. I really want to. He deserves stabbings.
Love for Tulihyola gives me strength even now. Ah! Come, let's get this over with. For my people and Sphinx.
How gullible you are. All of this is Fiend's doing. Her objective is to harvest all life outside the barrier. Our interests happen to align, hence our alliance.
Liar! Sphinx would never do that.
The King of Resolve speaks the truth.
How did she?
The attack on Taral was no less my desire than Zaralja's.
You said you wanted none of this. It was a farce from the very start.
Yes, I used you.
So it was all just a lie then? What you said about loving your people as family? About wanting to see them smile?
I do this for them. For what it's worth, I'm sorry I deceived you. But I had no choice. If I'm to save my people, I must take the lives of yours.
illusion that orchestrated a massacre.
Endless, or machine, or whatever you are now, you bear the memories of the person you once were. You should still have a heart. When you speak of slaughtering my people, do you feel nothing?
Nothing is dearer to me than my people. It matters not whether they are living or endless. As queen, I will do anything to protect them. If it were you, could you have found another way? With your strength, could you have held fast to that which is dear without sacrifice?
What exactly do you seek to do? What are you protecting your people from?
You waste your words. There is no turning back. Is this the strength that the love of Tuliyola lends you? A weak ruler walks a path of ruin. Tell me, which of us is worthy of their throne?
I already know. It will never be you! As long as you think only of yourself, you'll never be worthy. You'll never surpass Father or me!
Good job, Wuklama.
You can't rely on souls anymore. It's over.
Don't think you've won yet. Oh no, far from it. Give the order to the fleet. Raise Tuliyola to the ground and harvest every last soul. It is over for Tuliyola. Your works, your people, all will be ash before the day is done.
You better hurry up because you have 3 minutes.
Don't tell me you've forgotten. I'm not the only Dawn servant.
They're coming!
Well, come on then, you 10 bastards.
I like him.
If I didn't know better, I'd say you're enjoying yourself.
I'm Head Sorrow. Nothing gets a hunter's blood pumping like a little danger.
Well now, it seems we have that in common. I haven't felt this alive in a good while.
scrap, and I'm not about to let these hollow men make a liar out of me.
Hey kid, the ones below are yours.
You got it. Wait, what do you mean below?
He meant
See that every day.
Stardiver. That's what he meant. Pink red.
Hardly sporting, and this despite our best efforts to thin the enemy ranks. While it's not quite what we had planned, I'm glad we chose to remain in Tural. As am I. 'Twas an unexpected but welcome opportunity to join in the defense of this realm. And to his credit, Kona did ask very nicely. Still, it's a pity his brother had to delay our pleasure jaunt. But business always comes first.
At least they weren't kidding when they said plenty of cutscenes in a row.
Damn it! Come no closer, you bastards! That was a near thing. Are you all right?
I think it's a good thing I didn't end up stabbing this guy the times I wanted to.
You saved your life. Yes, I know. Don't squander it.
I never thought you of all people would come to my rescue. Pakul Chacha. Thank you.
Still rings odd in my ears. The thank yous. But I could get used to it. Right. We're not done yet. We're holding our own against their infantry. What of that monstrosity and its escort?
Someone must have gotten hit that Alfino was close by. Because that's the ability you can only use if a shield has been broken.
If they start bombarding us with cannon fire, we'll have no means of fighting back.
Worry not. We have a countermeasure.
Hello, Virtra. Yes. mess with us and we will just, you know, pull out a dragon.
What in the navigator's name is it doing here? Tuliolo has entered into an alliance with Rads at Khan. A wise and timely decision on Valkona's part.
Yes. Update. We have dragons, not a dragon.
Tuliolo shall never forget this debt. We will hold out, Lamachi. So keep your eyes forward and do what only you can do. Finish this and return home safe and sound.
Report from the fleet. The enemy has offered unexpected resistance. We've been forced to withdraw.
Did they not expect us to pull Virtra into this? No. Not very good at planning then, are they? Clearly you should expect, you know, Virtra. It's so expected. Everyone has a Virtra in the pocket to save that, don't they?
Useless. All of you.
Stop!
Your Majesty.
Enough of this! You swore you wouldn't harm my people.
Out of my way.
Have you gone mad?
Yeah, we've partaken in Dragonstone War. Like, do we have any other, like, Q-sized allies that we can just casually pull in that we haven't already? Guess Reisvalliger? Not Reisvalliger. There should be one more big dragon that we're technically friends with. But then other than that, I guess we can just throw massive amounts of armies at it. Yes. I think he was mad a while ago.
When the army fails in its duty,
True.
it is the charge of the King of Resolve to clean up its mess.
Depending on well how nicely we asked, we have some Asians I mean, Tiamat is trapped, so Tiamat can't really help us. It's the one in the place where also the Mughals hang out. It's the one I was thinking of. For the dragons. Yeah, we were able to summon primals to fly to the edge of space. So, you know, kind of made friends with the Omnicrons as well. That's the dragons out in the edge space. We Warrior of Light might be the absolute worst person in this universe to pick a fight with.
To achieve victory by any means necessary. Suralja to Everkeep. Initiate Court Blood.
Yeah, maybe she did. If you say so, then... Oh yeah, true. We have Tiamat on our side then as well. we technically have Midgardsorgr on our side too, but only in like a weaker form. That's not very helpful.
Execute all civilians and commandeer their souls.
No! Damn you! Stop!
Please, Father, stop!
Kulucha! I told you not to come!
Kaluja.
You must flee, Gunuja. It isn't safe.
I'm not going anywhere! I have to stop my father!
I am not your father.
Let him go!
Using a child as a shield. Have you no shame?
Release him at once, or you shall answer to me.
Pitiful relic. Kneel before your king.
Otis? What's wrong?
True. We also have the blessing of like all of the gods on our side as well.
Find me at the top of Everkeep. There, we will determine who is fit to rule.
I must protect them.
We also have the aliens in the form of the Manderville. I was so on my end that might look like on your end it might look incredibly delayed, but on my end I said that the exact same moment I mentioned Manderville when you wrote it. Great minds think alike, I guess. We must hurry back to Everkeep. Zeralja thinks nothing of others' lives. We will kill his own people. Chances are, we still have to face a good part of his army, with Otis among them. Let's take all care. Are you ready, Lucy? Any old checkpoints things?
Father, wait! Father! Otis, Hamachi, you have to stop him. You have to. What have you done?
Sveen, can't you order them to stand down?
The King of Resolve holds military authority. I cannot overrule his commands.
If there's something you can do, then do it! Your crimes are beyond forgiveness, but your people are innocent.
Hope you don't mind if I obliterate your army.
I deceived you all, and still...
The talk can wait. When you said that you wanted to protect your people, I trust you weren't lying.
Look, miss, the only reason we're going with your plan is because the other lunatic is way worse. That is why we're on your side, because the other side is a lot worse. It is very pretty, yes.
Of course not! There's nothing I wouldn't do for them!
Then let's split up and get to work.
Do what you can do.
This is another instance of like, why is my game struggling so bad here? I have no souls left. If I get killed, I could either. I'm still alive. I'm still alive. Oh, thank you for coming to save us. It's such a relief to see Her Majesty's unharmed. Are you hurt? It's only a graze. You needn't worry about me. Just help those who are still out there. Okay, that didn't even help my settings, so might as well just smack them back up. Trial here. Yes, cheers. Graha, why are you almost dead?
Looks like that does it for this area.
Look, the King's forces are on the move. There are still civilians on Trueview.
Well, we can't leave the wounded. Let's divide into two groups. Kryl, Raha, please stay here and render aid. The rest of us will go and deal with the machines.
All right. Otis, you've got to wake up.
Otis?
deactivated. It should be safe to approach.
Otis! No! I remember you, Otis, so please remember yourself. You're a proud knight of Alexandria, a man who lives to serve the kingdom and its subjects. Otis!
Pray, stand back, Your Majesty.
Yeah, the sneaky suspicion you're supposed to fail that one.
Not good. At this rate.
Upon mine honor, we shall weather this storm. Now, lay the fiend low. I cannot yield, even should it cost me my life. My queen, are you unharmed?
Otis. Thank you, Lord Captain, for the delicious repast, for everything.
The old units do not have regulators. Their souls cannot be recovered. He is gone. The Otis who so valiantly fought for us. I'm truly grateful for your help. Would that I had the time to thank you properly. But I'm afraid I cannot linger. There are urgent duties I must perform.
Hey, wait!
Is everyone all right?
We're fine, but Otis is...
So he's the one who was looking after Galulja.
the situation on the other levels is grim. We're currently assessing the full extent of the casualties. In the meantime, could you help us treat the wounded?
God damn it. What is Sirrah charging his chief by slaughtering his own people? That he's still bent on surpassing Papa is clear, but why this massacre? I don't understand. And now we can only guess as his intent, but this obsession must be strong indeed to endure for 30 years. But but now isn't the time to ponder such things. The people need our help. A comforting hand. Wuklamat wishes to do what she can for the people of Solution 9. I've been thinking, by wearing regulators, the people of Alexandria have been spared the fear of death. That's because the device not only resurrects you, but also erases your memory of the departed. The very notion of dying would have become vague, if not forgotten. To be killed over and over, I can't imagine how traumatized the survivor must be. Even if they're not physically hurt, they would still need care. At this time, the citizens need their queen to console them, but where has she gone? I don't know. There are other districts, so perhaps she's checking on them. In any case, it's too much for her to handle alone. Countless people will be distraught, and we ought to provide them with what comfort we can. So, while Chiwa and her crew tend to those with physical injuries, let's seek out those whose wounds are emotional. Understood. If you and Lucy want to concentrate on True Vow, the rest of us will see to the other area. Sounds like a plan. Alright everyone, we'll meet up in the back rooms after. I need this. It's over? I'm still alive? Ah, thank goodness. It makes no sense. What right did the king have to destroy our lives like this? Give us back our peace. Leave us out of your damned war. Maybe this helps. Thank you. I'm alright, I think. Hey, you were fighting with Queen's Fiend, weren't you? Are the rumors true then? That Her Majesty isn't a living person, that her actual body is elsewhere, in the cloud or some such, and she used a special power to appear before us. I'd always wondered why the Alexandrians never questioned her true nature, but now I think I understand why. She personally fought to protect us. That's enough for me to know she is a worthy ruler. It doesn't matter what she is. Never have I been so scared in my life. I died in an accident before, but that was nothing compared to this. We killed again, and again, and again. It was a living nightmare. And King Zorel was behind it, you say? Since he suddenly appeared, he's done nothing good for us. He thinks only of war. Ordered more soldiers to be produced, and now he's unleashing them onto us. He's no king of mine, he's a murderer, and someone needs to make him pay. You're heading into the back room? Yes, I am. It seems things are somewhat under control, while Alice and the others are still out there. I couldn't help but worry about good old Ja. He hasn't uttered a word. Small wonder, given his ordeal. I'm going to talk to him about everything. But as he is, there's no hiding it. He'll eventually find out, and it would hurt him more. Very well. Above all, he needs to know that he is not alone.
Are you all right, Guloja?
Lots of people are dead because of my father, aren't they? And Otis. He's gone too, isn't he?
I'm sorry.
My father is a bad man. That's why you're going to kill him, aren't you? Forget it. I don't care anymore.
Listen to me, Gulucha. You're right. We're going to confront your father. He invaded Tulihyolal and hurt my people. As vow of resolve, it's my duty to bring him to justice.
Don't you think of him as family anymore?
After the attack, I was filled with rage. I told myself over and over that he's no brother of mine. But it isn't so simple. No matter what I feel or say, all those years I spent striving to live up to his example, they won't just disappear. What's more, it's because we're family that we have to correct each other when someone goes astray. That's why I must confront my brother, like your grandfather did, even though it cost him his life.
But Otis is gone now. If my father was gone too, then I'd have no one.
What are you saying, Goluja?
Click something on my CPU page I should not have clicked. I'm sorry, I don't know what you guys see at the moment. I see nothing. Oh, there we go. Yeah.
You have us, Gololja. All of us. You're not alone. You'll never be alone again.
You should get some rest, Gololja. You've been through a lot. I do feel a bit sleepy. There's a room in the back you can use. Would you take Gololja there? I will, thank you. I think I would say to Zoraja as a mother, but I'd better not get started. Instead, let me thank you. I couldn't have gotten through this without you and yours. Until the others return, you ought to take the rest you can as well. It isn't over, after all. You could have bzzzt, prepare for bzzzt, otherwise feel free to bzzzt the back room. Fuzzy image, you say? Is it still happening? That's an old worn thing. It's bound to have a few hitches. Nothing to worry about, though. We'll have a meeting to discuss our next move in a little while. So until then... Well, speaking of sleep, I think I will head to bed as well. Also perfect that we're at, like, the point of streaming where I should realistically stop it so that I can fully upload it. Anyway, I would thank very much to everyone that has been watching, and I hope to see you again next stream. Thank you for watching, and bye bye.